So, hello. I hope you all have a great day today. I mean, it's Sunday, so it should be a great day for most people. And yeah, we are experimenting a little bit today. Just a little bit. And yeah. Okay. Yeah, we are going to experiment today a little bit. Because trying out Kick today as a Twitch alternative with an already very bad reputation. Let's be honest. But I thought it's maybe a good idea. Maybe let's just try that out today. Because it's also something that like Kick is part of one of the topics I'm going to talk today about. Yeah. It's we are not going to play another game for review. I'm still hanging on the Metal Gear Survive review. I basically just quote unquote just have to edit the video, the audio lines, etc. But after that, we're going to play the next game that or better said, where I'm not sure which one it will be yet. But okay. But profile. I'm just if anyone wonders why I'm not talking all the time, I'm just comparing settings at the moment for Kick. So yeah, I'm just comparing some settings so the stream works at all, but it seems it does work. So yeah, that's okay as far as I can tell. But I'm not sure at the moment. Give me a second. We don't have a title. What is interesting? Let's copy that one over. Category. Ta-dam. All right. That should work now. Okay, I should be online and fine on both platforms. So if you want to try out YouTube or Kick, depending on if you wanted to try out any of them. I mean, Kick is basically Twitch again in green. Let's be honest. But it might still be interesting for some people for the very easy reason that having some form of competition for Twitch that is not just YouTube is a good thing in my opinion. So, okay. Things seem to work overall. So yeah. So I would say let's jump into the game. We are going to play The Division 2 today. It's actually a game that made me procrastinate the last few days a lot. And yeah, today I thought let's procrastinate together, right? Yeah. So, as I said, we basically have 3 topics today. One is the downfall of VTuber agencies. What is very interesting, like people going around, especially after the last few days for Vshoujo. People gone completely crazy. Oh my god, Vshoujo dead, blah. Because for the few people that didn't notice that, yeah, we basically now, today, have 3 people that are leaving or already left Vshoujo. And that is, in my opinion, very interesting. Because apparently they left Vshoujo because the contracts ran out, the old contracts, and the new contracts probably just made no sense whatsoever for them. Probably mostly in for monetary reasons, right? Economical reasons. So yeah, that's in my opinion really interesting, because that means being in the agency has way less benefits for them for the cut the agency is probably taking from them. And yeah, the thing is, it's not just Vshoujo, but it's also a lot of other agencies. Like we had, what was it called? Was it Idol Corp? Maybe it was, maybe not. We had another smaller agency, a much smaller agency, where basically
I guess the Rikers are dragons now.
the
We spotted them moving heavy machinery into the building.
That's random.
the last wave that they had, the third wave, as far as I can remember,
Isn't there like 6,000 tons of
basically
gold in
left all together.
2 ounces of gold per bullet?
What is crazy, like it's there must be something
Awesome.
to make a whole wave leave an agency together, because you also need to keep in mind that they, different to Vshoujo,
Expect heavy resistance.
can't keep their models,
So they've got a turret
right?
at the perimeter.
They can't keep their
Total
channels. They
resistance would be heavy. Shut it down, Agent.
are just gone, basically. And new turret. And the thing is that the official statements from the agency are looking incredibly fishy to me. Like, oh my god, yeah, we were so surprised, and yeah, the management is absolutely not at fault here and whatever. And it's like that's something you can say when one person leaves, right? That's fine. Like you were a part of the agency for, let's say, a month or whatever, and the contract should have been renewed, and you didn't came to an agreement for whatever reasons. That's fine. I mean, people are allowed to not agree with each other, right? Where do I have to shoot here? Ah, there. Okay.
All right, let's see what this Riker bullet factory looks like.
And yeah, that's bad. You also have some few people that just leave agencies on their own. I mean, that's normal, I think. We are in a very saturated market at the moment, and there's just so much going on. I am even surprised that we don't have more graduations, right? Or leaving, or just people leaving the space altogether. Because there are just so many VTubers, and the more VTubers there are, the more people that maybe have an interest to leave the space again. So, and especially now with Vshoujo, it is very, very weird, because Vshoujo was, in my opinion, never a real agency, in the sense that the members, that by the way were indies before, they got to be members of Vshoujo. So I've seen a lot of tweets from people, oh, that's so nice that they can keep their models and channels and everything, and it's like, yeah, because it's their models and their channels. Like, Vshoujo has nothing to do with them. And I always felt that Vshoujo is basically barely more than the management, basically, for Silverware, for Vebe, Iron Mouse, the members, right?
Hostile radio intercepted.
So the question now is are VTuber agencies in a downfall at the moment? Like, do they lose their
Another turret.
the
They really
right
can't
to
wait
exist?
witness all the
Because
hell they're making.
the only two agencies where I would say, yeah, that's absolutely obviously worth to be part in it are Niji Sanji and of course Hololive. And they do agency stuff. Like, they are just not a better management. They do collabs, they kind of train their talents. Hololive in that case much more than Niji, but it's another story. But there is a relevant structure, I think, even across waves, that wouldn't be so easy to replicate as an indie. And so that's basically the reason why they exist in the first place. Because they offer something, basically a solution to a problem. Otherwise they wouldn't exist. And the problem that I'm seeing a lot is that this is just something that small agencies just can't offer to their talents. They don't have big collabs, they don't have sponsors, they don't have a lot of reach. So
You'll need to shut down the security system.
small agencies overall, I don't see how they are going to exist in the next 5 years, maybe. Besides, like in the mass that we have today. Maybe maybe just a few, like a handful, quote-unquote agencies, but I think the smaller VTuber agencies that will survive are basically also more managements or indies than
In doubt, shoot it out.
agencies
You should be
comparable
able to get
to
the security gate now.
Niji Sanji and Hololive. And something I want to talk about is also that for someone that is not into the whole corpo VTuber space at all, I never really understood the appeal of agencies.
Gold, 24 karat.
I guess the
Because you're basically just an employee of a company that takes a big cut from the things you're doing. Like, look at Niji Sanji, for example. Except for the initial reach you're just getting by being a member of them, I don't see a lot where Niji Sanji is helping their talents. I just don't really see that. And just by the strategy that Niji Sanji seems to follow, what is actually an interesting topic too that I've talked about before, literally on my first stream. It seems that Niji Sanji also don't really want to support their creators. At least not from the get-go. They're basically just mostly spending money on the talents that already established themselves, that already are successful. That's what they're doing. But they don't spend a lot of money and time on new talents. That's why we have Bibi, was ist los? My cat does sounds. That's basically why we are seeing waves from Niji Sanji every 3 months, basically. Because they don't care about making a few talents big, but in the best case they have just a lot of talents that have a moderate amount of followers. So they basically have a diverse portfolio of employees. That's basically the point. So it's basically it's a very safe way to do it. Hololive is very different than that. Because Hololive, you have to see the talents themselves have a lot of influence and leverage within the system of Hololive. Because if someone like Gura, someone like Kiara, or even the Japanese talents, but I can't talk a lot about the Japanese talents for the simple reason that I can't talk. I don't understand Japanese, so I'm not watching them, of course. But
We shouldn't underestimate it.
This takedown is sure to set them back a bit. Well done, Agent.
those talents have way more individual leverage within a company. If Gagura decides to graduate, that's a big loss for Hololive, right? Because what Hololive does is basically taking a talent and polish it, support them, make them big. So, I mean, they're idols, right? That's literally how that works. Niji Sanji just, gets new talents, throws them at a wall, see what sticks, and tries to make money out of the talents that do stick. On their own, by the way. I think that's important to make very clear. It's about talents that make them money on their own. And the point is, if you are in an agency and you still have to do all the content creation stuff yourself, or at least most of it, and the agency is maybe just helping you with bringing out new merchandise, maybe hiring some artists from time to time. If you are successful, of course. Because if you're not successful, why would they make merchandise? For example, right? And even with stuff like merchandise, it's not that hard. Like bring out some t-shirts with some cool motifs, just hire an artist, do a cool motive, go on one of the many sites. Like you can even link a shop on YouTube, right? To sell t-shirts and merchandise and stuff. That's not hard. You even have now like people, VTubers like Yoshi, you have people like BuffPup that are already releasing their own little figures. And so that's obviously something that works for independent VTuber too. And the question is, why would they give cut to an agency if they can do all of these things on their own? So the point is, if you're small, an agency doesn't care about you, right? Even the new waves of Holo Niji, they are basically searching for people that that already have experience, that are already in some ways successful. So you don't have a lot of chances there as an beginning VTuber. And the same goes for small agencies, because even small agencies, why would they get people that are very new to the whole thing? Why would they get them, train them? They don't know if those people want to do that longer than a month, basically. So that's a big risk in the first place. So VTuber agencies are nothing for new people. Then the amount of things a VTuber agency can do that can't be just done by the talent themselves are very limited. So the question is, why would you stay in an agency that basically gives you no benefits but takes a cut from your revenue, from your subs, from your merchandise, whatever? Why would you? And that basically means that an agency or agencies in general are also not particularly attractive for big VTubers. Because they have the money, they probably have management that works great for them. They can do those things alone. I mean, even collaborations between VTuber, like you have a lot of indies that are already in some form in small groups, just because they made friends with other indies. And the great thing here is also that it's organic, right? You see those quote-unquote indie VTuber groups, and it doesn't have this corpo VTuber character, like, oh, that's the boy group X, so that's why they have to collab every now and then. Cool. So I have to find out how I get in there. Huh. Am I stupid? Maybe I am. Okay, so as I said, you basically don't have a lot of benefits from an agency if you're new, if you're small. And you don't have a lot of benefits when you're big already. So the question is, where is the place for agencies? And that is basically in the middle, right? Like people like Vox, for example, from Nijisanji. I don't believe that someone of his size would still be part of Nijisanji if he wouldn't lose his character, his identity, his channels, everything he does and did in the past. I don't believe that. Because even agency VTuber already have collabed with indies. So why wouldn't that be the case after he would leave Nijisanji? If he could keep his model, his channels, his name, his whatever. You know what I'm going for here, right? Why would he? And I think that's an interesting and very important thing to keep in mind for people that want to make agencies, and maybe also for people that want to be in agencies, and that is, in my opinion, the best, the most useful way of an agency is basically not being an agency, but just being a management for VTubers. In that already have, that are already middle-sized, basically, right? Pipi. Was denn? Was denn? Was denn? I have to go to the kitty. Give me a second. Give me a second. Cats. So, where was I? Agencies are not useful for small streamers, are not useful for big streamers. So, except for agencies a la Hololive and Ichisanji that already are able to provide a lot of reach, it might be the best thing to, well, just not be an agency at all. Just be a management for VTubers. Maybe try to be a management for YouTubers with similar tastes, and in the best case, some of your VTubers will form groups. Right? And out of these groups, there might come more positive things out of it. At least that's what I believe is the most useful thing. Give me another second. The cat is still. Ooh, a box. 3 boxes actually. Let's open them up. Ugly head. Wee. Okay. Yeah, why not? And something cool. God, okay. And the cringy mode. Okay, I can live with that. That's the shirt, that's the emote. We don't use any of it. So, give me a second, the cat again. I have to find out what she wants, because I can't let her meow all the time. Yeah. Give me a second. So, yeah. The cat sits on my bed. So, theoretically, she should be less noisy now. At least I hope so. I completely forgot where I was. Agencies, right? So, agencies. As I said, you don't really benefit from agencies if you're small, because they just don't want you. And you don't benefit from agencies if you're big, because then you don't need them anymore. So the biggest reason for being an agency is basically to have an organization that does some form of management that maybe helps you to professionalize if you're on the way to get a significant amount of subs, followers, when you're starting to get things monetized, and they might help you to do that, to understand how business works. And that's basically also why I say that the best thing for agencies to do is just don't be an agency, but just be a management. Because if you're in management, you can just say, okay, let's just turn down our agency things that we provide, and let's just be management. So you can turn down the cuts a little bit to keep the VTuber that you basically trained to be where they are in the later stages of their career, to keep them within your company. And then you're basically something like Mythic, the management company of OTK, like Asmongold, etc. But just for VTubers. You can also, of course, expand into non-VTuber areas, but yeah. Now, the and I think as long as agencies and also talents don't get that little fact into their head, agencies will always struggle like they do at the moment. I mean, I personally don't care. I'm happy being an indie, but especially because of the origins of VTubing, and that basically is HoloLive for the most part. I think a lot of people still like the idea of just being in an agency, no matter what the actual benefits are. So I don't say don't go into an agency at all, but be aware what they are able to provide to you. Because in the worst case, they have no idea what they're doing. You're spending days, weeks, months into their idea of being an agency. Basically, you're doing all the work yourself. And yeah, well, after a few months you find out, yeah, it's I don't get anything from being in this small agency. Or the agency finds out, yeah, well, for whatever reason, this new VTuber that we have doesn't do all the things themselves. It's not a professional. Who could have guessed that person with 2 views on average that we hired has no expertise, you would say. And they are like, yeah, it's not worth to keep that talent, and they will basically fire you. You will graduate, of course. Nobody will. Nobody is fired in the VTuber space. They all graduate. You know what I mean, right? And yeah, that's the thing. I don't think that agencies, especially not the established agencies a la Hololive or Shoujo, are Hololive or Jisanji are in danger whatsoever. But I think the more the VTuber space and the more the indie VTuber space professionalizes over time, the more agencies will struggle. And I mean a lot. So yeah, I think unless you can get any benefit out of it, just don't. Just don't. Create an agency unless you're able to provide any benefits to your talents. Don't go into an agency. And if you go into an agency, by God, read the freaking terms of service. Read the contract. Because just in the last few months, I have at least 3 people that went into a contract with a small agency. And when they wanted to leave shortly after, yeah, they found out that they don't have any rights to their model anymore, to their channel anymore. Because, yeah, suddenly that's these rights got transferred to the agency when they got into contract with it. So the money they spend for the model is gone. The time they spend for the channel is gone. The name they had, yeah, also gone. And that's basically a point where I say just don't. Most VTuber agencies are completely crap, useless. They just can't provide you anything. Or they won't provide you anything that will help you as an indie that you couldn't achieve without them. Plus, you are in a contract that might even limit your content. That's another big negative for being in an agency. So, and then the question is, what's going on with Vshoujo? Because that's by far the most interesting thing, because Vshoujo and a lot of cases was basically already management. In my opinion, at least. Like, they are not a typical agency in comparison. If you compare them to Hololive, for example. Most of the members already did most of the things themselves. And maybe did some collaborations from time to time. Rarely, but that happened, at least, sometimes. Where, blah, 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 blah. That is the battery park. Caches and supply points. Okay. That's doable. So. And, I mean, the thing is with Vshoujo is they don't have a lot of members. They never had a lot of members. I mean, how many did they had? 9? Like the 3 that left. Silverway, Weibei, Nianos. Then we have Iron Mouse, we have Melody, that's 5. We have Kaisen. Ouch. We have and I don't want to say anything wrong. Is it Haruka Karibu? Or was it Fauna? Yeah, the nature girl, right? And then who else? Is Booby like an official part of Vshoujo? Then you have Fruit. Centrea. And that's it, right? Like, we're basically talking about maybe a dozen members, right? And losing 3 of them is hard. And as we saw, like, we had Silverway and Weibei leaving together. And then we now had, I think even today, it was very recent, we had Nanas leave. And the question is, will there be more people that leave? That's the big interesting question. And the even more interesting question for me is, how bad is the contract? That it seems to be so worth it to leave this company for people that were part of it for several years. Like, usually that's something you're not just throwing away. Even when that might mean you lose a small cut or whatever. So I think that cut must be big. And it would be really interesting for me to know how the contracts look like. Like, it would be so interesting to know. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I think that's something we will see in the future. I mean, of course, that's something we'll see in the future because time doesn't stop, right? And yeah, maybe we might reach the point where we have more people leave Vshoujo. And maybe the rest of the members realize that it's maybe not... It's has no reason to keep the company up. Right? To keep the company alive. Because just with these 3 members, I'm really curious. Like the biggest thing of Vshoujo that I noticed from the outside that had any agency-ish appeal was the lore. The small lore videos, snippets. And well, with 3 members gone, this lore is interesting. I'm very curious how they will change that up to make any sense at all. No. So that's basically that's basically for the whole agency talk here. I don't think there is much more to talk about. There aren't many more takeaways from that. Except VTuber agencies are struggling. VTuber agencies don't care about small streamers. Big streamers don't care about VTuber agencies. Unless those VTuber agencies basically gatekeep them from... Unless those agencies basically make it impossible to leave for them. Because they would lose their models, their channels, their identity, their internet presence. What's usually the case for the most agencies. They just, well, keep their models. Keep the models of the talents, I mean. So
Reinforcements incoming.
And that makes this the
Incoming hostiles detected.
existence basically of agencies really hard to justify overall. Even more the small agencies, in my opinion. Because they can't even provide reach. Any form of cloud, they probably don't have a very experienced management. That's and they don't provide any form of regular salary. And without that, it's like, how are you going to justify that? To be in, to keep a chunk of money from your talents. And I think the answer is relatively simple. You just don't. You don't. You just hope that the weird mindset of some people that they have to be in an agency and then they can call themselves professional VTuber is something that keeps people running to you. And besides that, I don't see small agencies exist in the near future. They will probably just go down for the most part. And the only thing for small quote-unquote agencies that will keep up, that will stay alive in the next years, are those that are no agencies, but just managements that help the VTubers, the smaller VTubers grow and, well, manage their stuff. Of course. I mean, that's what a management is for, right? Yeah, that's it. And that's also something for maybe upcoming VTubers to keep in mind. You probably don't get benefits from a typical agency. You probably don't. If you're very new, don't go into an agency. Don't spend a lot of money on the hobby in the first place. Just get a PNG. Like, that's basically what I have at the moment, even when my problem wasn't a problem of money, but much more a problem of, well, struggling with artists. But it just works for what I'm doing, so I have no reason to not already start doing content with my PNG model.
That's just a recipe for electrocuted kids. Guess we have to fix it. Your wiring sucks. But I'm really impressed with your supplies. You got quite a warehouse and enough components that we should be able to fix the existing grid and double its...
If you then start to grow as a VTuber, as a content creator in general, of course. It's not just for VTubers. Maybe search for some form of a management. Like people that help you finding things like sponsorships. It helps you to keep things up, to maybe help with taxes, to communicate with sponsors, help you when you have any kind of problems, give you tips for social media presence, and so on and so forth. Like, just helping you to be the best creator you can be, basically. And the shared interest is basically to get you growing, because if you grow, you get better sponsorship deals. If you get better sponsorship, if you get better sponsorship deals, their cut. They get also more money for the cut they take from you as your management. So basically both parties of the contract have the interest to make you succeed, to make you grow. That's, in my opinion, one of the most important things you have to keep in mind. If the goal of the agency, management or whatever, is to make money off of you from the get-go, in a sense that you maybe have to pay anything up front yourself that you maybe can't even keep if you decide to not stay in the contract, to decide to do your own thing, then just don't keep your hands away from that kind of deals. It's not worth it. Because they will probably... They don't have anything to lose. And that's basically a problem. Because of the company that wants to work with you, may it be a management, may it be an agency, may it be whatever, is not ready to take any risk and dump all those risks onto you, that's then simply not a partner you want to be partnered with, right? Because if you don't get any support from the beginning, what is even more weird, because usually you want to get the most support at the beginning because they want to convince you to stay with them long term. Then the support long term will probably be even worse. So just don't. So how can we sum that whole topic up here? VTuber agencies. Besides big agencies, VTuber agencies are not worth it, because the agencies don't want small streamers to help to grow. And when the streamers get big, those big streamers don't have a reason to stay in the agency anymore. Because everything the agency is able to provide can be dealt with as a professional on their own, without having to share your revenue with a company. So the best thing the quote-unquote agencies and the VTubers can do is to try to be not an agency, to try not to be another Hololive, even when that might be your big dream. They should try to be a good management, to basically help the streamers to grow on their own. Right? It's not like, hey, we are this and this big, we will give you clout. That's just not how that works. That's also the reason why you see with very small agencies that single talents have sometimes 5 to 10 times the followers of the original account from the agency. It literally shows you how much you're going to benefit from them. You just don't. So the best thing you can do is get management that can help you to professionalize, to get your schedule intact, to help you with social media, maybe provide you with some connections to cutters, to animators, artists that are able to enhance your social media presence. But everything still comes down to you. That you want to grow, that you want to make content, to stream, to whatever. They just help you to get your foot into the door, basically. Nothing more. And yeah, I think that's the very simple truth. Small VTuber agencies are not a thing that is worth it for anyone. And therefore, that I think it shouldn't be a goal for anyone to be part of a small agency. On the other hand, we will see how it will go with Vshoujo. And besides from Vshoujo, I don't think that Nijisanji or Hololive are in danger whatsoever to die in the near future. Not at all. Right? Nijisanji might struggle in the future, but to be honest, we have to keep in mind that we didn't had big Hololive graduations yet.
Stay still so I can kill you. Reloading.
We simply didn't had big Hololive graduations yet. And I'm very curious what happens when that happens. Because it will happen. Absolutely. At some point. May it be because some of them burn out over the years. Maybe some of them get health issues that are not easy to deal with, like just be a few weeks on a vacation. And that will be very interesting. But besides that, we don't know about this factor. I think Hololive and Nijisanji are relatively safe. I don't see them struggle in the near future at all. The talents may struggle, but not the company. At least for Nijisanji. Right? As I said, if the talents struggle at Hololive, also the company is going to struggle a lot more. But that's not the case for Nijisanji. Because they just have so many talents. If one of the talents struggle or is going to leave, they just don't care. Because why would they? Why would they care about it? They just have, I don't know, 10 dozen more talents in their hand. To keep the revenue high and, well, if there are a few talents too much that are leaving, well, then they just put out another wave. Duh. So, yeah, I think actually that Nijisanji's strategy is, on the whole, corpo way of thinking, like keeping revenue safe, keeping shareholders happy, is actually the more safe option in comparison to HoloLive. But we will see about that in the future. We will see about that in the future. How that's going. Okay, I think that's it overall. I do believe I have said most things I wanted to say. So there's no real reason to say anything more. About agencies, I mean. We have 2 more topics to talk about. And I would say let's start with a Jedi Survivor, or better said, a topic in general of games releasing in miserable states. And that's a problem that we see over the last years, basically. That games release in a state that is, in my opinion, unacceptable. A lot of people seem to be completely fine with accepting it, but in my opinion, it's unacceptable. And that's basically because the corporate overlords know that even if the game releases in a really bad state, they can just patch it, or at least that's what they hope for. It will happen. That they release a game in a maybe not so great state, and I mean there will just be the day 1 patch and then everything is great again, right? That's how that works.
Thanks, but we're all set right now. Agent, thanks for helping us out there.
So what happens is that the games get scheduled much tighter than they should be, with the hope that everything will be alright in the end.
We need to waterproof, elevate, and tie down the generators.
Already done. And I built a polytunnel for
And yeah, the game is released in
Rain barrel?
worse and worse states.
Screens over the intake?
We weighed them down with sandbags, which might not be the smartest if one of them tears and we get sand in the barrel, but it should work for now.
Windows?
Covered with plywood, or cardboard when we ran out of plywood.
Okay. I think we're ready for this hurricane. As ready as we can be, at least.
So, when those games release in a state like they do, we're talking about Cyberpunk, we're talking about, as I said, Jedi Survivor, The Last of Us remake, we are talking about, as far as I can, as far as I've noticed, didn't play that myself yet, Wulong released in a bad state, and I mean it's even worse with PC ports, like even Elden Ring didn't had a great PC port. At the beginning, they needed some patches too, to keep it stable and smooth. That's by the way, also the part, the case for Witcher that didn't release particularly well either.
Incoming backup request. Detected. Nearby location. Guarded
Just
by
because
hostiles.
the leads, the CEOs of the companies, expect them to be able to expect the developers to be able to fix the game when it releases. basically. Because it's also maybe something a lot of people don't know, it's when games get the version of the games that gets released without any patches. The raw version is usually the version that is done a few weeks up to a month before release. That's when they have to get this version up on Steam. That's when no, okay. That's basically when things have to be ready a few weeks before release. That's something you can also often see in SteamDB, when those versions get uploaded and when not. But usually they have a few weeks. The developers usually have a few weeks up to release to fix what is fixable. And that's what the corporate overlords are gambling for. Completely stupid, in my opinion. And we can even see that how out of touch the people are that are scheduling those game releases with the real development. Seeing games getting pushed into the future, like for half a year, for a complete year. That if they had any idea of the process, of the state of the games, it wouldn't happen. So, and then you have games like Jedi Survivor. That has a lot of problems, and not just on PC, so that is a very general problem of these games. When they even run not that great on consoles. Because then the developers and PR people can't hide behind, yeah, but PCs are so complicated, there are thousands upon thousands of different systems we have to optimize the game for. When it's bad on consoles, it's just bad. There's nothing they can excuse that with. So, and the problem is, these kinds of releases won't get less. That's the most important thing to keep in mind here, because even now, with a game that has a terrible PC port, you have people writing positive reviews on Steam. Oh, my system I've paid $1,500 for is absolutely good. I'm absolutely fine. The game runs smooth at 40 FPS. Great game whatsoever. Stop crying, bitches. Absolutely worth to pay 70, 80, 60 bucks for. It's also... It will also keep getting worse, because you have a lot of big magazines, and I have no idea how anyone is still... Why anyone still cares just even a little bit about your opinions of big magazines. Because when you've seen Cyberpunk, right? You had a Metacritic score of 90 at release. I don't know how it is today, but we had so many magazines that gave this game a 90. And I personally think even when the state of the game would have been better, the game is still not a 90. And but besides that, the main problem is that these magazines are just not trustworthy anymore. They are not. It's you can't say that you're RLPC gaming magazine. You've played this game. Usually you don't have just one reviewer, but you have multiple people reviewing the game. And what usually happens is that they absolutely know the state of the game, so they contact the developers and they ask, hey, have you noticed the state of your game? And the developers or the PR people will answer whether, yeah, the day one patch will help. It will be smooth on release, absolutely. So those magazines see the state of the game. They already played the game. They absolutely knew how bad it is running. But because of the empty promises of some PR idiots, they decide to not get any problems with the company. They decide to give a higher score. What is, in my opinion, at this point, with the amount of bad releases, is just straight up lying to their customers, to their viewers, to their readers, whatever. And especially after the Cyberpunk release, it's great. I feel very frustrated with how much companies are able, with how bad releases companies are able to get away with. We have even No Man's Sky. We had, for whatever reason, I have no idea, people that 1 year after release, when the game still didn't had most of the features that were promised prior to release, were completely adoring this company for patching the game into the state it should have been at release. I mean, at this point, they put more and more into the game. They are way over the gap of just patching it into the release state. They're doing more, so I think that's absolutely fine at this point. I now can understand why they have a good opinion of the company. But prior to that, it was so weird. And I even see, even now, in the last years too, you have people praising companies for releasing games in a playable state. Like, that's the bare minimum. Imagine you're buying a car and that it's not able to drive. So you're praising the car companies, the car manufacturers, that are able to sell you cars that actually do what cars should do. So, and as long as the standards are so incredibly small, so low, like people are fine with just getting shit handed to them, right? With double and triple DRMs on them, on their games, that have no benefit whatsoever, especially if the game's already released on Steam. That is a DRM system in and itself. Because you have to be logged in on Steam to play your games. Duh. And we are now at the point where the prices are rising for games. Every player that plays the game on release is literally nothing more than a beta tester. Like a beta tester that is paying for being a beta tester. It's baffling me how people are fine with doing that. It frustrates me how people are still be able to pre-order games. Like, you just shouldn't. I mean, Fallout 4, Cyberpunk, these games now, it will be absolutely, I would guarantee you it will be the absolutely same with Diablo 4. I have no doubt about that. That game will come out and it will have at least some problems. In terms of performance optimization. Bugs, I mean, the only thing that we have seen for now is Act 1 in the beta. I mean, at least for... we have to say at least for Diablo, it was a beta. Like, a lot of betas these days are no betas anymore. Because... well, being able to play a game 1 month before release is not the beta phase. Because they can't change anything 1 month before the game releases. So it's literally just PR demo, and usually they're also selling beta access with pre-order packages. So that's just another reason for people to pre-order. What is... I have no idea why people are still falling for this. Like they literally get played by the companies like a fiddle. Shut up. So. And yeah. I personally think it's my personal stand to especially AAA gaming at this point is, unless I know that companies release games that in a halfway decent state, and as much shit companies like Ubisoft, for example, are getting over the last years for very good reasons, at least the games they release are not broken to the bone. They work. Right. At least that is something Ubisoft is able to provide to their players. You don't have to talk about some of the systems that are in those games, or stupid experiments like the whole NFT bullshit with Ubisoft Quartz. But at least Ubisoft for now is a company where I would say, okay, when games release, they are at least playable. They might not be finished at all, because that's just not what happens, right? The finished games are the ones you're getting in a Game of the Year bundle. These are the games that are getting for half the price a year later. That's when the games are done. Usually. Then you get expansions on top of it. Until then, you're literally paying to play betas. And the problem is, in my opinion at this point, are battle passes. Like time-limited content. Where companies basically force you to play the game very early on if you want to get all content of it. Because if you just miss the first 3 months, you have a whole battle pass, let's say 20 cosmetics, 10 other things, I don't know. I mean, games like Red Dead Online, for example, had gameplay elements in the battle pass, like better, like bigger storages, I think, and some buffs, if I'm not wrong. Correct me, but they had gameplay benefits in the battle pass. Like that's even worse for a lot of people. For me, it's literally cosmetics. I like cosmetics, so yeah, that's what I'm going for in games. What is she doing? So I'm really frustrated whenever I see a game having a battle pass at release. Every freaking time. Because I am not playing games with battle passes anymore. At release, at least. And often because I'm just frustrated enough with these games, I don't play them at all. Until the point the developers decide, okay, fuck it, we just make every battle pass available. Forever. Like, just delete the time limitation, then I'm fine. Then I have no problem. No problem. Then I have no problem with playing every battle pass after another. That's nothing I have a problem with. But I don't like to be forced to play a game. That's just cancer to me. And actually, for battle passes, holy shit, I would rather take loot boxes again. Because loot boxes are a choice. Loot boxes are a choice. Use them, don't use them. And especially if they're in this in a way implemented like Overwatch did, they're absolutely great. Why not? I mean, they just work. You can play the game, you get the shit for playing the game. It has the little psychological tickling effects that loot boxes or random mechanics just have. Right, like having random elements in your game just stimulates the human brain much more than having to work towards clear rewards. So that's fine, unless you can get them for playing.
All clear.
I would take a loot box system over battle passes any day. Because battle pass basically says, hey,
Target is near
you have to play how we want in the time frames that we want you to play in. And if you're not giving us money when you're playing, if you want those rewards, plus if you're not playing in this time, you would, well, just not get the rewards. In some games, you won't get them forever. And let's say for someone that likes collecting things, that likes cosmetics, this is really bad. It's not a big of a deal if you're looking into the battle pass and you find out, yeah, the shit that came out before was just crap. Then I'm like, okay, I probably wouldn't have used that in the first place, but a lot of battle passes go really hard in their first seasons. Just because they need to get people into the game, into paying money. Because when people pay money once, they are more likely to pay again. So often the first battle passes are pretty good. So, yeah. And overall, the system that we have today with new game releases is it just frustrates me. The fact that we have players that are still pre-ordering games in the thousands for bullshit like, oh, you can play 2 games 2 days earlier than other players. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? 2 days? Really? And that's, you're basically paying $20 to be able to play a game 2 days before, or to get rewards that will be completely useless, boring after a month or 2. Like let's be honest. Who, the last time you bought some form of a deluxe edition, when was the last time you bought them and thought 3-4 months later, ah yeah, that shit that I've bought there was absolutely worth it, I'm still using it every day, instead of the things that you're getting for just playing the game. As a reward for... As a reward for the adventure you've behind you, that for the challenges you've overcome. Like that's... I mean, those deluxe edition stuff just doesn't feel valuable, right? Tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe even completely wrong. I think people are like, oh, these rewards, they show I have paid 25% more to get this mount that looks absolutely not the same as the other mount in the shop that I can get for half of the price. Cool. And that's basically what keeps that cycle up, right? You have pre-order bonuses, so people are still pre-ordering for whatever reason. Because of stupid FOMO, you have battle passes. Again, more FOMO. And then games release in a terrible state. People have paid $90. Often those games get even worse after the first few hours. Because Steam's refund system. They just need to get the players over the 2-hour mark. Because then they can't refund the games anymore. Except for very, very, very... in very, very rare cases where Steam themselves decides to give them refunds for... yeah, like, in the cases when the game is just that terrible, in a that terrible state that you basically can't play the game afterwards, like riddled with bugs. That we had that a few times before. But that's by far not the usual thing to happen. It's just not. And that's sad. But as long as the outrage is not big enough, why would Steam or EA care? Like, unless they really are in danger to lose money for the state of the game, why would they care about that? Players are over the 2-hour mark, that's what's... That's how the system works. That's what the players knew before they bought the game. So legally, they don't have to fear anything. So I probably have to go up here, right? And I mean, yeah, unless players decide to keep their fatty, sweaty little hands from the pre-order buttons, from the day one releases, companies won't stop releasing games in a state that they do at the moment. And it's absolutely our own fault. What now? Do we have to go outside again or whatever? What's going on here? Hello? Is here... Wait. Here? No. I'm confused. Because I have no idea how to get down there. So yeah, Jedi Survivor, just one of many games. Will happen again, and again, and again. DPR people will just deal with the outrage. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about crying gamer tears. Because their success is not determined by laughing gamers. Their success is determined by the amount of money they're making from the games. Nothing else. Yeah. Okay, now I kind of have to find out how to get down there. And yeah, that's a problem. The next games that will completely will be completely stupid in a completely ridiculous state. Probably Redfall. Like it's so annoying. Right, it's Arcane Studios. That is the company that originally made games like Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. Then they did Dishonored, and the last two games are Deathloop, and now this abomination. This wannabe Far Cry with the vampires great Wii. That's absolutely what everybody needed. Far Cry with a artificial hero system on top of it, and vampires. Cool. Great. And then 30 FPS? Like, really? Like, the games today don't look that much better than games from 2016, 2015. Like, I can easily mod my Witcher 3 to look incredibly good. Right? Like, the meshes are not a problem. Textures, just mod them. Some HD texture packs. Texture mods. And you have a beautiful looking game. Right? And then when I look at games like The Last of Us Remake, Jedi Survivor, like, those games don't look that much better. I don't look at them and it's like, oh yeah, that's... I can see where the power of my 3,000 euro PC setup is going to. I don't have a 3,000 euro PC setup. I'm playing on 1080p. And I'm so happy that I do that. that I'm just playing on 1080p. Because I just don't need any more. Why would I? The games look fine. And I don't really have any benefits for me for going any higher. Like even Veko HD, it's not really worth it in my book. At least, but yeah. Let's do that. Civic Center Liberation. That's up here. Oop. So yeah, that's also a reason why I'm barely playing. At this point, why I'm barely playing new games. They are, in my opinion, too expensive. Except indie games, right? That's a different topic. Because often indie games are not as demanding. They're often in a better state. For whatever reason, I have no idea. Probably because they are just less complex overall, I would think. But yeah, except for indie games, I don't play new games anymore. I'm not willing to pay 70 bucks to be a beta tester. No, no, no. That's also why... that's also one of the big reasons why I prefer PC over consoles any day. For the simple reason that even when you have companies that are not dumping their prices after a day or two, a month or two, like you have releases where a month later in a Steam sale you already have 35% sales price, like 20. Help me! Help me! Nope, I think the right word is not coming into my mind. Like you have a reduction, right, of 25% a month after release. I think we had that with Tomb Raider, if I'm not completely wrong here. Where we had a release and a month later we already had minus 30, 25, 30% sale or whatever. Like, that was crazy. Even Ubisoft is not that crazy with sales. But also, like, that's also a thing, right? Tomb Raider. These are games that are freaking beautiful. They look great. But they don't need... they're just smooth. Like, yeah, I think they have hiccups too, here and there, but overall they just work. And they don't look much worse than Jedi Survivor, I'm sorry to say. That's also a thing in terms of games optimization, why games get bigger and bigger. Because they just don't give a fuck anymore about optimization. Not about visual optimization in terms of performance or whatever. But also in terms of, yeah, keeping games small. Like, look at just freaking Call of Duty, like how big it is. We started with 100 gigabyte, now we are where? 200? 250? 300 maybe? Like that's just ridiculous. And this is not just because the game is that big, because there's so much in it or whatever. No. It just don't give a shit about optimization. That's the only reason. We have to maybe what the fuck? We have to imagine games a little bit like zip archives, right? Like you have all those raw data, and if you want, you can make that raw data overall, in summary, a little bit smaller by compressing the files, or having beneficial systems like come on. Come on. You have beneficial systems like is it AI at this point? I don't know. But I think that some companies have some tricks with LODs where they can save some space. But so no, I'm not into this. I don't want to say anything wrong here. So let's keep it with the comparison to the zip archive. Is literally just game itself is compressed usually, so the data is smaller. Often then you have textures that get optimized in a sense, like for example you have file types that are less effective than others. For example, you have PNGs and JPEGs. Often you have JPEGs are about half the size in best quality than PNG in best quality. Then not every texture needs to be in... It needs to have the greatest resolution that there is. Because if you have just small items, small objects, you don't need 4K textures for that. So that's where you can save some capacity too. Am I right here? Wait, no. And you have many things where you can just save some space. Like, it's not a game that originally would be 100 gigabyte that can dump down to 10 gigabytes or whatever. Unless the original version is just ridiculously unoptimized. The elements of the original version. But you can at least save some space. Right, I would say Call of Duty as it is now, you could probably easily save 50 gigabytes. I am relatively sure about that.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Yeah, and yeah, that's it. So, and you basically now we have in the next future we have Redfall. That will probably be not that successful. What is really bad for Microsoft, because for the amount of money they've paid for Bethesda, the games they are getting out of it, that deal, are just bad. So, talking about bad optimized games, Starfield will be a dumpster fire. 100%. Like, Fallout 4 already was dumpster fire. Skyrim is a dumpster fire for years. Right. Despite having a lot of mod support that fixed a lot of parts of the game. But Starfield, I have no idea. Like, the problem that we have is already that the gameplay scenes we have seen on the presentation, like, this is usually the point where the developers want to show you the game in the most optimized, best way possible. But what we got was gameplay scenes that lagged. Like, that lagged hard. That were... I have no idea why they decided to release it like that. I don't know. But it looked miserable for sure. And I don't think, especially with Bethesda's current engine, that this will look particularly different at release. No chance. But I think they won't delay the game again. Because Microsoft probably wants to get the game out of the window, so Bethesda can finally start big development on Elder Scrolls 6 in another engine. So they can at least get some revenue out of that company in a few years. Because now Bethesda is... I don't think it's particularly... it's particularly valuable to Microsoft. Not the main company, not the smaller studios. Like, as I said, Redfall is like... Just no. I don't see this game succeed. Like, the hero system alone is something like, why would you do that? You could literally just make it like, for example, here, The Division 2. Let people choose character or just create your own character and then just give them skills. I'm personally not the biggest fan of hero systems in general, because they usually feel like, okay, you had originally one character that just was able to do all of that, depending on what skills you're using or how you're building the character or whatever. But then they decided to create that hero system to just cut this one character into pieces and make a new character out of every piece. And it's most hero systems, except maybe for games like Overwatch, they're just miserable. They're just bad. They're not fun. They don't give the game anything. And that's even less the case if your game is a first-person game. Because you're even taking away the visual part of having a different character. Like in Diablo, for example, you can create your characters, but the archetypes are set, right? If you're playing a barb, this will be a muscle boy, right? Basically. And you can change that. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine, because that's just what barbs are. You can customize them a little bit to your wishes, but overall you will play a barb if you want to play a barb. How do I... How? How? This way? Yeah. Okay. And yeah, I think Redfall will be a game we will see half a year later in Humble Bundle or whatever. I don't have the slightest doubt about that. This won't be a successful game. It will already be in the Game Pass at release. This won't be a game that will bring them a lot of profit. No chance. And yeah. Okay, can I now? Yeah. Ah, shit. Okay. Okay, here we go. So, that's my opinion too about Redfall. As I said, Starfield will release in a terrible state, probably too. And yeah, it's probably will be the future. And I think everyone that has some form of working brain is just going to stop pre-ordering games like they should have done years ago. And yeah, basically just play the games from last year. Like Elden Ring, great game, just play it. It's not like the kind of game that I would have rated 9 out of 10, right? It's just not my genre. But besides that, it's a good game. A lot of people have a lot of fun with it, so why not play it now? It has a lot of mods. You can customize the game, like on PC, right? Customize the game to your likings. You can... the game is optimized now. It runs, at least on my system, it ran very smooth. Having an RX 6600 from AMD. So why would you play a newer game that is probably worse? And the answer is relatively easy. You just don't. Yeah. And even older games, like, the thing is with the older games is also like, they're not bad, right? Just play the Witcher trilogy. You can, I mean, someone that is, I don't know, maybe has 1 or 2 hours a day. Play the Witcher trilogy. Trilogy. Yeah, that's German came out again. It's a great experience. Every game on its own. And if you really want to complete the games, all those neat little stories and side quests, and I mean, Witcher 1 and 2, you can basically play several times also. It has those games have a lot of replayability. You don't, you will spend so much good time in these games that there's simply no reason to play any of the new ones. In my opinion, at least. And then a year later, you can still play those quote-unquote new games. So why stressing out about those new releases? You will spend half the money. And in a lot of games, by the way, like Fallout 76 was literally at $15 a month after release, right? You have seen those news about, what was it, GameStop? What was it? Did you get the game with a controller or something like that? Like they just wanted those games off the shelves. And the same is true on the key stores. Like that's a great thing about key stores. A lot of people don't like keys for whatever reason. I don't know why, because I think it's one of the best things on PC. The best thing, in my opinion, about keys is simply that keys show you the real market of a game. In a sense that on Steam, on every other store, the publisher and developer have the upper hand. They can decide how much the game is worth, for how much they are going to sell the game. On the key store, you suddenly have the basic economic rules of how many people ask for the product and how many products are there in the sense of keys. And if nobody gives a shit about keys, the prices will go down. And depending on the release, the prices will go down a lot. And the moment when a game comes into the Humble Bundle, after a few months, like for example Gotham Knights, that was the case. Didn't took that game long to be part of the Humble Bundle. But the moment this game gets into the Humble Bundle, it gets almost worthless. The moment it got into the Humble Bundle, the prices dumped down from 25 to 15 bucks. And because it was in Humble Bundle once, you will always find those prices in the key stores, around those prices. Now it's 17 bucks, I think, about those. But the moment those games hit the Humble Bundle, you won't be able to sell the game at a higher price anytime soon. And yeah, I think that's a great system. If nobody cares about a game, why would you still pay 30 bucks for it? Just go in the key store, pay half of that. It's so easy, it just works. And it's a very, it's in my opinion, a much more honest way of seeing the actual market that there is for a game than looking at some idiots review bombing a game on Metacritic or whatever. You can just look how many people care about the game, how many people are willing to spend X amount of money for a game. And yeah, that would be something I want to see big magazines do news about, make some news about, because that's the important factors actually, at least for the publishers, for the gamers, to determine if a game is successful or not. That's simply if people want to play the game. If they don't, well, they won't ask for it. And I think that's great. I love it. I like that key stores exist. No matter the gray area and the problems that there are with let's say criminal activities. But I think it's just good that they exist. Very generalized yet it. No. No, I want to say now, not yet. Yeah. And I don't know, like if just half of the core gamers would behave like that, just not paying for a game before they know how it plays, games would release in a very different state within the next 3 years. I'm absolutely sure about that. Because the big outcry about Jedi Survivor, this won't change anything. That's the main problem. It won't change anything unless we are unless we change our behavior. And because people don't change their behavior, why would the industry care about you? Why would they? Why would they care about FOMO, psychological predatory behavior, mechanics in games? Why would they care about lower the prices? Like, are you stupid? You still have a lot of idiots that are paying for a game before they even see any review. And then you have a lot of people that even when they look at reviews, they are looking reviews for big magazines that are not able to release reviews that are actually honest and truth. Because they fear about their standing with the publishers. Because even now, nobody gives a shit about the big magazines anymore. Yes, you have a lot of people that are for whatever reason looking at Metacritic. But let's be honest, the amount of games that are actually selling because somebody looks at a review of a big magazine, these are probably not a lot of people anymore. So even the amount of people that are reading those magazines is not that high anymore, right? If at all they're watching the videos on YouTube from those magazines. And besides that, it looks very dark for them. And then you have something like IGN, like it's a joke. It's just a joke at this point. Right? You have even the German version of IGN, like it's not a German version of IGN. It's called the GameStar. In general, there are a lot of very nice people, right? It's not a personal thing, but the trustworthiness of these magazines is just non-existent anymore. We had that's a thing with Cyberpunk that I was just, what the fuck was the point when the game got delayed? I don't know, to 2 weeks prior to release, 3 weeks or whatever, like very close to release, for a few weeks more. Like the game would have released 3 weeks later, and they delayed the game to release 5 or 6 weeks later. At this point, every magazine, every serious, reliable, honest magazine should have made a big news about, oh my god, cancel your pre-order. Because this is not something that happens just because they want it. Because you need to keep in mind that the moment the game is so close to release, the publishers and the developers, depending on if the developers have publishers, right? Already spend a lot of money into marketing. Like often half of the budget that goes out for a game goes into the marketing, not to the development. And they basically paid already for month after month for marketing with a release date of the first release, right? What was it? Probably end of November or whatever, right? And the moment they decide to delay a game, not just for several months, but for just a few weeks, means that they are in a situation where the state of the game was so terrible, so bad, that they decided to not release the game. But because they already spent so much money, they were also not ready to delay the game, to give the game a time frame, basically. So the developers could do actual changes. That's the problem what I meant at the very beginning with when I talked about the problem with patches. That developers expect the game to release at a specific point. And if it's not ready, they expect them to patch it in a day one patch. I mean, yeah, you can do that. But that obviously doesn't mean that it will work every time. And in the case of Cyberpunk or Jedi Survivor, it obviously didn't work that well. Or at least not how they expected it to work out for them. So, how do I get up there? Whoops. Piep, 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 piep. Ich liebe solche Geräusche. Nicht. There. Alright. And yeah, I think I would just talk in circles now. Would keep talking about games and development and those fucking releases. And I also don't feel like I could add a lot more to what I've said. At this point. I can basically just say again, don't pre-order games. Don't pre-order games. Wait for a year at least. Wait for the Game of the Year edition. Just play all the games. Like we have so many games at this point. Don't have to play at release. Just don't. You're not losing anything. And if there are games that have shit like Battle Pass or whatever, my god, please just don't fall for it. Because it's the exact same logic. The more you're falling for systems like that, the more you're incentivizing the developers to do it anyway. Or to even do it more, right? And I'm personally not ready to do that. I won't pay to be a beta tester. I might do that maybe in the future for some games I care about. If I'm able to make that VTubing content creation my job. But before that, nope. I will play old games, because old games are great. They are already patched, they work, often have a better gameplay experience than new games. I don't know, like I have a lot of games in the pipeline already.
We've been sending some people out lately to Chinatown to keep the area under control.
That I'm planning for reviews. I just have to get Metal Gear Survive over and then we can play another game, and I'm thinking about which it will be. As I said, I have literally a pile of shame. I was thinking about playing an indie game, maybe a short indie game. So the review wouldn't be that long either. Or maybe tackling a game series, a franchise like, for example, Prince of Persia, or Fear, for example. Fear series would be very interesting. Like Prince of Persia, I played those games before. Fear would be Blind, basically. First time experience for me. And yeah, we have to see. I basically played a bunch of shooters now with serious Metal Gear. So it might be the time to play an action adventure or something like that. So Prince of Persia would be an interesting choice. We will see. Or as I said, an indie game. I don't have an indie game yet on my channel. And maybe something small, something tight would be nice too. We will see. So yeah, that's basically about the... It's basically about the game releases. And I would like to talk now about the alternative platforms, because that seems to be a relatively big topic after Elon Musk bought Twitter, after Twitch reduced the contracts for big creators to a 50-50 split. And yeah, we had a lot of people crying about it. As of now, it didn't change a lot, to be honest. Like, most people are still using Twitter. That's just how it is. Most people are still using Twitch. And yeah, as I said, I'm trying Kick at the moment. Simply because I don't like a Twitch system of
Cleaners have been moving through the area, burning everything in their way. They got Thomas.
getting new streamers
but I think
in
Petra's
and then
still out
basically
there. We have to find her and get
binding
out of
them as early as possible to stay on Twitch exclusively. With the affiliate contract. That's, in my opinion, the worst system that there is as of now. And yeah, that's basically the reason why my main platform is basically YouTube. Yes, no. And now? Do I have to do? What do I have to do?
A lot of folks locked every door they could find when shit went down. But you're pretty smart for an agent. I'm sure you can find an angle to shoot any locks that are in your way.
Anger? Okay, I see. Good. So the problem with alternative platforms, two sides. A, they are not as professional as the established ones. B, they have one big problem. If an alternative platform releases, no matter which platform, the first type of person that goes on these alternative platforms are those that can't be on other platforms. Means people that are banned on other platforms or that can't make any revenue off other platforms like YouTube and Twitch. That means that those platforms usually get overrun by the more extreme kind of human being.
Don't like those psychos hurt stuff.
And this is something that places them very straight in a very bad place to be. Because even if they are objectively good platforms, people like, for example, Aiden Ross, right? People like Aiden Ross are on the platform doing completely stupid shit. Making them a target for legal reasons, making them targets for creators that are just out for drama all the time. So the reputation of those new platforms suffers. And because they are new, they don't have well-working moderation systems. Right, they don't have systems like Content ID on YouTube. They don't have a bunch of moderators being able to verify things like Twitch has. That's just something those platforms don't have, just because just because they're small. Usually they start small there.
Can't reach Petra, but she could still be in there.
And then also you have platforms that try to do things very differently. What was a big problem, a big problem for Mastodon, in my opinion. I think Mastodon could have been halfway decently successful, and then maybe build upon that base of success. But the problem is Mastodon, the whole, oh, we are decentralized, you have to pick a server, just doesn't work. Just doesn't work. If you go in, if the average person goes on a website and wants to be on that website, they want to do as few clicks as possible to the point of actually being able to use that website. Twitter, you're going on Twitter, and one of the first things that the website is going to do is smash a big login / register pop-up in your face. You don't even have to click it. If you want, you can just click on the right upper corner and you can register there. Easy thing. Click on it, put in your data, and then basically just start using the website. Great, works. Easy. Convenient also. And then you have something like Mastodon that wants people to choose a server. And it's like, do you really think that anyone, that any type of user, especially the average user, quote unquote average user, wants to pick a server? Like that's a decision they have to make without knowing the consequences. Because the average user doesn't know what it means to pick a server on Mastodon. So they're on the screen to pick a server. And they just don't leave the website, go back on Twitter. Or you have something like Hive, for example, that try to be a Twitter alternative. Well, let's say they didn't reach the critical mass. So they couldn't use any form of benefits of having a big user base, an established user base. What is problematic? That's something you want to have, a user base on a social media platform, because you just need the socials to be a social media platform. And if there are no people, yeah, the social part gets harder. Like, yeah. Or then you have platforms like, for example, Vtubers.me. Like, yeah, we want to be that platform, but just for that one niche. Great. How many people do you know, even when you're within the VTuber space, how many people do you know that are interacting exclusively
How can they
with
live with themselves
VTubers?
doing this?
How many?
Like all these people.
I'm sorry we couldn't
I
save the rest
personally
of the team.
couldn't name one.
Send some people to secure the site and recover the bodies. You did everything you could, Agent.
I mean, even within the VTuber space, it's like, okay, you have VTubers that show their faces from time to time, so are you a real VTuber now? Is that okay to show your real face on a VTuber platform? If not, then you're even excluding VTubers that are showing their faces from time to time, so the user base gets even smaller, and then you have the technical aspect, what was something that Hive had a big problems too with. And it just doesn't work. The problem is, and I can just quote here Ludwig, if you want to compete, you need to be better than the established platform or creator. Well, Ludwig just said it in the context of creator, because it was from the his quote-unquote streaming guide. Be a full-time content creator guide. But yeah, and the problem is very simple, that those platforms need to be better. They need to be better. That's a big problem. You can't just try to be the platform again without being better, without having the moderation, without having the legal the people that keep your platform safe, right? That's what I want to say here. They care about laws that keep copyright things kind of, at least, working, and that's a problem. That's also the whole thing with Vtuber.me. Will be a problem with Vstream, for example. Vstream, if you haven't seen that already, VTuber Senpai did a video about it. Pretty good video, in my opinion. He went over the TOS, the rules, what a platform wants to be, and so on and so forth. And yeah, the problem is, again, it's the same problem with VTubers.me. But in my opinion, at least in the concept, a little bit better, because they want to be a streaming platform just for VTubers. Again, that's the problem. Is someone that shows his face from time to time, is that still a VTuber that is able to stream on the platform? Or would that mean that this type of VTuber would have to at least would go on another platform for the streams with their real face? And that's the thing where I would think, as a creator, like, if I have to split up my streaming platforms, like, you don't want to split up your audience. That's why I'm trying to multi-stream. That's why I'm trying out different platforms, but my main platform is YouTube. If someone wants to keep on track, just go on my YouTubes, go on my YouTube channels, click me on subscribe to keep on track. Maybe go on my Twitter. I'm sharing my stuff there too from time to time. But that's it. Those alternative platforms have problems, but I think they are still worth to... very worth to use, because we need competition. Every space needs competition. We have the problem already with YouTube as being the only big VOD service. And then you have platforms like Odyssey, you have platforms like Player, formerly Utreon or whatever. That, for example, had a big problem, or have the big problem, with the mentioned user base. That the core user base of those platforms are... yeah,
Target near you.
more extreme parts of society. You have conspiracy theorists there. You have, like for example, Player or Utreon formerly was a platform that had a lot of YouTube weapon channels on there. And it still has, like if you're going on the start page of a Player, you will see a lot of weapon videos about weapons. I personally don't have a problem with it, but a lot of people are going on the platform. It's like, okay, so that's the audience, right? And that's a problem in my opinion, because you don't want that to be your audience, because you're driving away a lot of people that are not part of that audience or don't want to be that part of the audience. So you kind of have to gamble on people being open to try out new things. But trying out new things means work. And a lot of people just don't want to risk anything.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Doing unnecessary work. Just with the expectation, the very uncertain expectation, that this might have any benefits for them. What is often not the case, by the way. A lot of these platforms just die after a while. Because they can't get enough funding. Because they are not able to monetize themselves. So they're just losing money every day, every week, every month. And that's a big problem. So what can those platforms do to prevent that? That dynamic, if you want. Okay. I have no idea how I getting in there. So what I'm going to say is those platforms have a lot of problems. But I also think that in some ways it should be also in our interest to help those platforms to get over these problems. Because, as I said, we need competition. We absolutely need competition. YouTube just does one bad change after another. You have Twitch. The new CEO seems to be a complete stupid idiot, out of touch with everything that's going on in the streaming space. I mean, the best case for Twitch is that just nothing happens, that dude just doesn't care about the platform at all, so just nothing changes. The worst thing that could happen is that the person tries to change something. That will be bad, because that person has no idea what he's doing. It's the same with Amazon Games, where the CEO of Amazon Games was the dude from the book industry for a few years. That's not the kind of personnel you want to lead your company doing games, because games are not books. Imagine that. And I think the best thing, especially smaller creators, can do is try out alternatives. YouTube seems to be basically the safe space for creators at the moment, because most discoverability comes with YouTube. It doesn't come with Twitch, with streaming. Maybe Twitter works for some people too, so that might be fine. If you're more, if you're not interested in video creation, but then you have to tweet a lot and connect, and probably you have to pay for Twitter Blue. By the way, Twitter, you also have a problem of, for example, Substacks that pushed out the notes feature, what is basically Twitter again, but on another platform. It originally was a platform for blog authors. And yeah, you have there the big problem that they kind of want to be Twitch, but also don't want to be Twitch. So that's a very weird thing too there. Because they basically implemented the Twitch feature without understanding what works for Twitch. It's Twitter. Every time I've said Twitch in the last 2 minutes, I meant Twitter. Substack Notes is a Twitter alternative, not a Twitch alternative. And now? Am I done here? That's the question. Seems so. Seems I'm done here. Just have to do the bounty. Right? Yeah, seems so. Okay. Then let's just do that one. And I can take a look here. Let's see. Pants. Yeah, pants. Woo. Yeah, okay. Let's open that one too. Huh. And some shoes. Yeah. Not my thing, to be honest. Chris Redfield, let's see what your taste is like. Yeah, I mean, I'm good with my pants. I'm good with my pants. I don't need
Electronic device detected.
other pants. So yeah, alternative platforms have a lot of big problems. Especially like VStream, for example. Let's talk a little bit about VStream because it might be the most interesting one of the platforms that I've talked about. Because to me it doesn't look like anyone gives a lot of shit about Twitter alternatives at this point. And to be honest, I haven't seen a real Twitter alternative yet. And I'm also not big enough to...
Wait, is that you? You seriously just shoot at me?
It was an accident.
I'm also not big enough to get some people interested in a new platform. So the status quo won't change that. Status quo won't change that soon. So let's talk about VStream. Obviously it wants to be a streaming alternative, but that's in my opinion a good thing. It wants to be a streaming alternative that is not just platform X, but different. It wants to be a platform that connects people. I mean, people, right? VTuber. Even after they stopped streaming. So it's basically Twitch with VODs, like basically a little bit of YouTube in it, plus a little bit of YouTube in it, plus social media. We will have to see how that looks practically, like how the execution will be of it. General idea is, I think, pretty good. Because as I said, just being in another Twitch, that's what Kick is trying at the moment, can work. But you have to be just way better. So the easier way to get interest of people is just be different. But again, the biggest problem for VStream will be that it's just for that one niche, and that is, in my opinion, bad. That's overall a bad decision. The site what am I talking about? The site itself is, looks good, in my opinion. The site looks good. And I like the concept, like having everything in one place. But also the concept is pretty bad because it's just for VTubers. It's if something will break this idea, this streaming alternative, it will be the fact that it's just for VTubers. Unnecessary, but yeah. Yeah, besides that, I mean, it's the platform is not even out yet. They want to release waves, quote unquote, of new streamers. Basically, these are alpha testers, more or less. And it's pretty much worth it to keep an eye on them. As a VTuber, at least a little bit. But unless they soften up the whole VTuber exclusivity thing, it might be not that great, because also that's a point VTuber Senpai spoke about too, is like the amount of toxicity in the VTuber space is interesting. It's something. Like, I can say that other niches on streaming and content creation, influencer spheres, are not toxic, but to me it feels often that the VTubing space is, well, tries to compete with the big boys in terms of toxicity. And that's something where I'm very interested in how the platform is going to handle that. Because it goes a lot of, in a lot of ways, very classical roots. Like, they're talking about idols, they're talking about love of the community. So a lot of their presence outside the first impressions people might have is that this website tries to be a website for idols, like the Hololive way of VTubing. That might put a lot of people off, because at this point the big amount of YouTubers that there are indies at this point, at least in the English speaking space. Might be different in Japan, in other parts of the world, but at least for the English space, the indie VTuber are at least equal in size and presence and representing VTubing itself, kind of, right, to the big companies. And I think talking about stuff like idols and love for communities, and it sounds a lot like they want to be some form of an idol fabric, some form of an space for VTubers that consider themselves some form of idols. I don't know. It's I'm probably thinking too much about it, but VTubing is incredibly diverse, and there are a lot of people that don't like that type of VTubing. They don't. They are not VTubers in the first place and streamers second, but completely the other way around. They are streamers first and VTubers second. If they wouldn't be VTubers, they would be streamers, maybe. Like, and the content they are doing is not just classical VTuber content, but it's completely diverse. Like, not just singing, playing games, talking, ASMR. But it's so much more. Like, I mean, for example, I'm doing reviews. That's not something very typical for VTubers. I'm doing game reviews. I'm doing more than just gaming a game. I'm trying to help people find out if they might have an interest in playing the game that I played too. And you have people that do woodworking, for example, what is super interesting in my opinion. You have, I mean, basically VTuber Senpai, for example, is an educational channel. And even if you're not a VTuber, you can technically watch a lot of his videos to get an idea of how to grow as a creator. Not just as a VTuber, but just as a creator. So that's a niche for itself too. And I'm very curious what the plan is, because on your side, it looks very, very corpo-ish. You have the very typical corpo terminology, like the Oshis. You have Oshi tags, like, what are basically emojis that are, or not just emojis, usually it's several emojis that stand or that Oshi. Okay, holy shit. What's that? Skill. Oh. Huh. Interesting. That you basically can use to okay, to be honest, I have no idea what they are for. Usually you see profiles that have two or three emojis in their name, and that's the Oshi marks, and apparently if they are then unique to that VTuber, because I don't know, I have no idea, it's really not my space. I'm also thinking about deleting these two symbols from my name, because I think it's funny, just maybe, I mean, it's not even telling you anything about the VTuber. If you're just having two emojis, like, it's useless, in my opinion. It's useless, it's unnecessary, it's just part of that idol, we are something special, community, we love that creator, so we put the Oshi marks on our profiles and blah, 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 blah. And that's just not a space I want to be in. That's not, I don't want that kind of interaction. It's really annoying.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
But I think it's overall a good thing that more and more people, especially in the indie space, are thinking very similar to me. That they want to be a VTuber, they like the concept of having a virtual avatar. But they don't necessarily want an anime character, so they have a cartoon character. You have... what I really liked was the design of the Betty Boop style of character. I don't know what her name is, but you can probably just search for monochrome VTuber, I don't know. Like, everything is in black and white, and it's very typical for those animation series, those very early animation series from the US. Very, very cool. Stuff like that. You have typical fantasy creatures at this point that are not anime characters. You have just pets. You have... It's, as I said, it's diverse at this point. And it's so great. It's so much more than just HoloLive. And the problem is every time, or oftentimes, you are saying that publicly. A lot of people of the corpo spaces, of these corpo bubbles, come to your stream, come to your page on Twitter or whatever, and will basically flame you for having that relatively objective opinion that VTubing basically outgrew the corpo companies. Damn it. There was also a big problem at the beginning when new indie VTubers were expected to behave exactly like the corpo VTubers. Like idols, basically. So a lot of them felt very uncomfortable very fast. They had a very, very demanding community, because that was just the community that there was at this point in the VTuber space. The demanding community, a community that thinks that they have any right to demand the creator to do what they want. Very parasocial also. And these are influences you can still feel today. And it's every time it's so great to see people that were able to build up a community that is not like that. Or at least not in that extreme, that it has just a more normal community. And I personally think that this is also the type of community that every indie should should try to establish, right? If anyone is toxic AF, by God, just ban them. If you don't want people to behave like you're an object, like they have any like they have the right to influence your content, don't. Ban those people straight up, and try to keep your community clean of those people, because these people do want you to be the kind of VTuber that you're just not. And also that kind of person will set the will have an influence on your stream. That's a big problem, because if you have people coming into your stream that don't want that kind of interaction either, the people that will interact with you mostly will be what now? Will be these kinds of fans, right? That those people will set the mood for the stream. And when they set the mood for the stream, people that don't want that kind of mood for the stream, they will just leave again. And the only people that will get into your stream are more of those idol fans. And if you don't want idol fans, just make that clear. If they still want to stay and not behave like they do, that's fine. If they don't, ban them. That's at least what I have heard now several dozen times from successful indie VTubers. Just ban them. It's also the problem that I see very often in around smaller VTubers is okay. That they have to deal with people that are manipulative, that behave manipulative, that behave like those idol fans, that are very creepy, make you uncomfortable. And after they have them in their community for several months, they are not sure if they how they should behave, if they should ban them or not, if what I meant to do, right? And that's always such a sad thing to see, because in the end those people just want to stream in peace without that kind of person making them uncomfortable. Also, you don't want to be uncomfortable on stream, because if you're uncomfortable on stream, well, we're human beings, and usually human beings are able to notice something like that. That something changes, even when it's very subtle. So just ban them. Keep your community the way you want the community to be. Don't be afraid of cleaning that community up from time to time. Set clear rules. And just ban everyone that is not able to behave like you want. Nice. Ba-ba-ba. Good. That's yeah, we kind of drifted away from the main topic, didn't we? I am sorry. But I think the at least the points that I made with parasocial fans are overall important. I really think so. Can I wait? Ooh. Mask. Great. No. Yeah, I'm... Masks. I mean, if there would be a very simple mask, would be fine. But there is not. Something like that, maybe. This. This one, maybe in black. Hmm. You can't color them, right? You can't change the color on them. Ooh. Well. What the fuck? Okay. Interesting. Oof. Okay. Well. So what I originally wanted to say is about the alternative platforms is that I do believe they're worth to try out. And besides that, you still should keep in mind that they
Friendly supply convoy in proximity.
probably won't survive super long, that you probably have to deal with a community, at least early on, that you don't really want. And yeah, I mean, I think I've said the most relevant things that there were to say. All right. Now, I will make a little pause here, I think. And then and I think then I will come back again. So yeah, small break for me, maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, we will see. And then we can talk for a few minutes more. Maybe summarize those 3 topics so I can make some clips out of it. That would be nice, at least. Or at least some shorter VODs. I'm rambling on and on, drifting away from the topic. So yeah, we might need to summarize the topics, and then I'm done for today. And after that, I will probably stop streaming for today, and then I will try to get the Metal Gear Survive video as done as possible. At least that's the plan. That's the plan.
That's enough music for now. Time to get back to the straight shit. Anyone
So,
remember
yeah.
Hell's Kitchen? I sure as hell do.
See you soon.
Settlement there.
I mean, see you soon. In, I don't know, 15 minutes, alright?
Thought was gonna last.
I will try to be
And all that good stuff.
here again in about 15 minutes.
And what happened
See ya.
to them? Boom. That's what happened. Wiped off the map.
So, hello. I'm back. I'm back indeed.
Safe area detected.
So, did I make it in 10 minutes or what? 15? Okay, so we basically have about 20 to 25 minutes to talk about all the topics we've discussed today. Again, I hope that's okay. For yeah, why? Okay, let's do this. So let's wrap this up. First of all, VTuber agencies. We have seen a lot of people leaving VTuber agencies. People don't leave VTuber agencies if they don't have a reason to do that, and therefore we have to assume that there are good reasons to leave VTuber agencies at the moment. And what we basically discussed today, what I have talked today, is the simple fact that VTuber agencies, at least the small VTuber agencies, we're not talking about Nijisanji or Hololive. We are mostly talking about small agencies. But to be honest, also about big agencies. So, is that agencies are not interested in small VTubers, so they won't help you to grow, to get professional. That's something you have to do on your own. And we also have now seen, especially with the situation in VShoujo, that big VTubers or creators, let's talk about VTubers, right, are not interested in agencies either. So that's an interesting thing. So the only people that are interested in agencies are, or that the only kind of creator of VTuber that actually has benefits from an agency on equal terms are mid-sized people that already have some form of experience. And the problem is that this is a very weird space to be in, except you want to do it the Nijisanji or Hololive way. But you can't replicate that with a small agency, because the biggest part of Hololive and Nijisanji, Hololive has the whole idol thing. Like if you were into that, it's of course a reason to stay with them. But for example, Nijisanji doesn't really do that. So it's really hard to justify being a Nijisanji, let them take a big cut from you when you're already a big creator that could just leave the company and do very well on your own. That's, for example, why I said that Vox, for example, has basically no reason to stay in Nijisanji except for the fact that they would keep his model, that they keep his identity, his channels, all the time he spent for this company. And but everything he's able to do in this structure of an agency, something he can do on his own. That's the same what we have seen. Who was it? Vebe talked about, or was it Silver? I don't know. It's basically, hey, everything I can do on my own, like collabing with people, management, sponsorings, etc. I have management. These are things when you're a professional you can do on your own without having to give away money to an agency that basically isn't supporting you enough to justify the cut they're getting. So this first. Then, as I said, as a small VTuber, they just don't care about you. they don't want to take the risk to take people in that would leave very soon. If they found out, yeah, it's maybe not what I want to do professionally. And also, you don't have reach. And it's a very one-sided relationship for a very new VTuber to its agency. So this is that. So basically the point is why I think that small agencies won't survive is that they still try to be an agency. And I think the most healthy thing to do for the agencies, small agencies, as well as the creators that want to be part of an agency, is to not be an agency. Try to be management. Try to be a management that helps VTubers grow. Of course, also just VTubers that already have some form of size, because they don't want to spend resources on people that won't be able to, well, create some form of revenue that is able to keep you fed, basically, you and your company. Where are they? Here. There they are. Try to get into management. First of all, try things out for yourself. Get a PNG avatar. Maybe get a... try a little bit out in Vroid. Create your own 3D avatar. Just try out if the whole streaming content creation thing is something for you. If not, you can just stop without having any consequences to fear. And you also can just, well, start again whenever you want. Without losing anything like your model or a channel or whatever. Then the best thing you can do is, as I said, get some form of a management. You're probably not able to get into something like Mythic, the management from Asmongold and OTK. But that's where I think that small agencies might come into play. Is when they are able to offer you management that helps you to grow, helps you to understand social media, to make the first steps into being someone that is able to create a relevant amount of revenue for themselves, to make a living out of it. Because they have an interest in that too, because if they adjust your management, they will help you with sponsorings, they will help you with social media, as I said. And the more money you're making from sponsorings, the more money they get from their cut. So you're basically then in a relationship with another company where you benefit from both. And that's, in my opinion, a good thing that's basically what you want, right? And then when you're getting big, you basically have the choice between either staying in that management, because if the cut is not incredibly big they are taking from you, you can just stay there, have a good relationship, and maybe benefit from connections they are making in the future. Or you can just say, hey, it's cool, and leave. But that is something I think that that kind of management, that agency VTuber management, would have to keep in mind too. That they are, in the most cases, probably not the place to stay forever for those talents. Creators, streamer. But I think if we are getting to the point where this is the standard, it might create a very healthy relationship between creators and those agency-ish structures. Because the great thing is, you can still do agency stuff, right? They will help you with merchandising. They will help you maybe with contacts for artists. If they are successful, they will have a lot of VTuber. They may or may not help you to contact and then collab with each other, so you don't need an agency that almost demands you to collab with your group, with other people of the company. That's a very nice thing in my opinion. Another benefit of being indie within a company, within a management. That's basically it. Right? Try out yourself, get your foot into the door, get to a management system, not an agency. Try to be as independent as possible. And get to one of those management systems that help you to grow even more, to professionalize, most importantly. And the end goal is basically being able to make a living out of it on your own. But in the best case, you're that happy within that VTuber management that you just stay there with the people that you come to learn to how they work, how they behave, for example, also like if the atmosphere is good, if you're vibing with each other. I mean, that's important too, in my opinion, if you're working together with people. And then you basically are able to benefit. It will be a relationship where both sides would be able to benefit, because both sides have the interest in making the creator bigger. But both in their own way, basically. It's a supportive relationship and not one where one side needs to sell itself to the other side, like it is in most agencies. And I think that's good. It's great. Right. I think that's the future for especially small agencies. And for the big agencies, well, we have seen a lot of trouble in Nijisanji, but I think they will do well, because they have a very diverse portfolio of employees. Talent, right? VTubers. So if one of them just graduates, it doesn't hurt them that much, because they have a lot of people that they are just able to get the viewership onto their own channel. Like, it's they would just not miss them a lot. Like, if let's keep the example Vox, which is a Leaf Nijisanji, I don't think they would lose a lot of viewers overall. A lot of them will just move over to other talents of the same company, because the structure of those corpo VTuber bundles is it's relatively stiff. Like people that like that way corporos do things, they will stay there because that's just something they won't get from indies, and vice versa. So I really don't think they will lose a lot of viewers if talents go away. That might be different for Hololive because Hololive is an idol company basically. And that means usually that single person has a lot more, has a much bigger part of the viewership, has a lot more. They don't have dozens upon dozens upon dozens of talents like Nichi Sanji has, and is still trying to increase that number, right? You have these 5 to 6 people per wave every, what, half a year, maybe, you're releasing. But they polish them up to be idols, like making a lot of money. Having single talents that make a lot of money. What is very efficient because you don't need that much people that manage them. You don't have a lot of splitting up. It's overall probably a more efficient way. It's in some ways the Disney way of doing things too. Create brands of the creators and not making the creator part of a brand. I don't know if that makes sense what I'm talking here. Yeah. But the problem is with Hololive we don't had a big troublesome graduations for Hololive. And that will be a very, very interesting thing to have in the future.
Guarding location nearby. Target is nearby.
Where we have to see how the company will handle well, the loss of a talent like Gura, for example. Because that will hurt them a lot. I see. So... Hey Flu, what's up? Sorry that I've seen a chat message that late. I'm not yet used to look in the chat very often, but I hope that's okay. I'm very sorry. What's up? I'm doing good overall.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by
I was talking about a few topics today. Still talking about those topics a little bit. And we basically talked about agencies. Vtuber agencies, and why I think they don't have, especially the small agencies, don't have big bright future. And then we talked about bad game releases. With the most current one, obviously, is Jedi Survivor. We don't need to talk about that. And the wrap up here is very simple. Stop pre-ordering games. Stop trusting big magazines. They're just not trustworthy. They're not trustworthy for the last decade. And especially not after the whole Cyberpunk debacle. And yeah, my personal conclusion is the best thing we as players could basically do to prevent further launches like that or at least make them less likely, is just stop falling for the FOMO tactics of big companies. Because that's what they do. They include the battle passes. They try to make, like, for example, Diablo 4. Hey, pay $20 more and you can play 2 days earlier than other players. That's we really should just not fall for that at all. And in my opinion, the most healthy thing to do is just, well, play older games. And with older games, I don't say play games from 10 years ago. It's absolutely fine to play games from 2 years ago. Because let's be honest, the most games that release today are not done until a year later, 1.5 years later, maybe. Most games, at least big games, release as a game as a service. So even expectation from the company themselves are release a game and make it and finish it a few months later. So why would we behave different? And, well, just buy those games a few months later. And that's the thing. But, and that's the caveat here, it probably just won't happen. You already have people on Steam giving Jedi Survivor good reviews because they can play it with their very expensive systems on 1080p with solid 40 FPS. And as long as that kind of player exists, nothing will change. That's the problem. That's the thing that frustrates me. It's the same that people are still very surprised. Oh my god, the big magazines didn't talk about the big technical problems. Oh no, really? Yeah, of course they don't talk about it. They're asking the developers when the game comes out, hey, we played your game, it is good overall, but it runs like shit. What are you expecting to do? And they will say, yeah, we will deliver day 1 patch and everything will be fine, and they will just trust them. Because the whole dependency, let's call it like that, between magazines and companies completely changed. Companies are not dependent on gaming magazines anymore. They have influencers, they have creators. They have those people that cover every freaking game when it releases. Like, that's basically the thing. They don't need big magazines and good reviews. Like Metacritic, yeah, sure, whatever. But in the end, most people buy games either because they see a big poster in some public places. Like, that's the very casual type of player. Or you have people that are mostly following a few creator, influencer, streamer, and if they say, oh, the game is good, they will just buy it again, or at least then to festivities like Christmas as a gift. So yeah, here it's a little bit depressing in my opinion. nothing will change, and the best thing you can do is just protect yourself. Play games from a year ago, like Elden Ring. I've played it half a year ago, so even much earlier it runs good. Even on a more or less not high-end system. And I don't see a reason to behave any different than that. Get your games a year later. Also, you can get a game much cheaper, especially after releases like that on key sites. Because, well, the people selling keys are buying them relatively cheap to release. Trying to get good cut out of the sales. And if the release is really shit, people just don't buy those keys, so they will reduce the price. Isn't that great? That's how economics work. But yeah. That is how it is. And then, for the last topic that we have discussed, what was basically just about alternative sites, is very easy to wrap up. They have a lot of problems. A lot of them try to be the site that already exists, but just for a niche, like Vtubers.me, Vstream. I'm very curious about that site, how this will work out for them. You have platforms that just want to be that site, and again, we have platforms that have a lot of problems because they are more complicated to use, or even more complicated to just get in. Like for example, Mastodon. Like people see the please buy people see please choose a server, and they're just out again. Gone. So they have to keep it very convenient, and even that's something where a lot of those platforms fail in. And then you have the big problem with human dynamics, basically. And that is basically when new platforms open up, the most people that are going to these platforms are people that are not allowed or blocked on other platforms. Like, for example, YouTube. Well, there are a lot of reasons why you would be blocked on YouTube or Twitch. And yeah, or it can be monetized on those platforms, like Odyssey or Player, are basically overrun with people making content, making weapon content, making well, let's say interesting opinion pieces. I mean, those exist on YouTube too. We have conspiracy theorists. We have a lot of crypto bros and that kind of people on those sites. Let's say it's not particularly made for longevity. And I think still that those platforms have problems. Same goes with Kick. Like, Kick has a problem that the whole moderation is still lacking. So they have to improve there. They need features that make them better, more convenient than Twitch. And I still think, despite the problems those websites have, it's worth to try them at least out, to keep them as second platforms. Because A, we need competition, and B, it's never a bad thing to diversify your content. Never. To diversify your content and income. It's not just about content, of course. Yeah, try things out, but I think it's overall a healthy, very healthy recommendation to at least have one platform as your core platform. Because in the worst part, these new websites don't work out, but then people can find you on your main platform still. You won't lose all of your followers that you've built up on the alternative platform. Alright. That said, I think I am good for now. I'm fine. I have said what I wanted to say. And I will stop here, I think. I hope it was interesting overall. Maybe if you have your own opinions, please leave it in the comments. That's interesting. Leave it in the comments. I am okay. Okay, I have to do. Okay, good. If you have your own opinions about the topics, leave it in the comments. I'm very curious to see what you're thinking about them. And besides that, I wish you all have a great day. Yeah. Have a great day, everyone. We will see us hopefully in the next few days when I'm able to upload the Metal Gear Survive video. And afterwards we will see us again for the new game that we're going to review. And I absolutely have to adjust my boom arm. It is terrible. There's a lot of noise. Well, whatever. Okay, that's it. Have a great day. And we will see us in a few days, I hope. Bye-bye.